Hello. Okay. Hello, Zara. Are you a regular? Zara? Just asking. If there is a regular, then, well, someone who knows what I'm doing. Someone who saw previous streams, and I'll explain what I'm going to do. Right now, I'll just, I'm making a new partition iterator, and this one is going to run over all possible partitions. That means I need, yeah, how many loop variables do we need to do this? I guess a multi-loop. Pure horror. It's not dynamic. Let's not use multi-loop. I'm just going to put yeah, I think I can make a loop of that is running over the number of groups. And then for each element, not easy. Let's say we have 4 elements, so I begin with one group, which means that all the elements must be in the first group. We only have one group. Next step, I have 2 groups. Well, that then means that I can put ABC in here, but there must be at least one element in the second group. So I would run over this. Let's say ABDC is the next one. And then ABCD. And then ACD, B, HCBD, I think the D falls back. BC. I think these are all things with 2 elements, right? 2 groups, I mean. You have either A is alone, or C is alone, or D is alone. Or B is alone, of course. Or we have groups with 2 elements in each group, which then can be either A, B, A, C, or A, D. So yeah, this should work. Now I did treat this as a multi-loop. So I generated it. So you could say that A is 0 because it is in the first group, and B is 0 because it is in the first group, and C is 0 and D is 0. Right? First group being 0, group 0. And in this case we have well, the same thing, except that D is 1. And you see that D is alternating in group 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And C is CC here, and then that's not how it worked. Oh yeah, well, CC here, and then CC here, and then CC here, and then CC here. So you guessed it. Oops. Now come on, D, 1 back, P. I just want to paste a lot of them. Pretty sure that is correct. And then B is in group 0, the first 4, and in group 1, last. However, we also have 3 groups. If I want to insert it, I think I would like to insert it. I mean, if you just look at this, D is 0 and then it becomes 1. And why not, why not insert D is 2? I mean, why is D at the end of the loop? Well, in this case, we would get this, which is not allowed because now there is an empty group here. So that's why D is at the end. And then logically we go to 0, 0, 1, 0, I guess. And it's always possible. Now we have 2 groups, so we can always increment D. But now I could go to this one, because now this one is not empty. So I can make a D here. Separate D out. And then D is at the end, so now D goes back to 0. But at the moment that D goes to 0, C also has to go to 0, because if C would not go to 0, let's say I copy this one and I put D, sorry, well, I want to put D to 0. Why not increment C? Well, because then you would have this. And that's again an empty loop. So that's again not allowed. And because therefore C is also at the end, therefore C becomes 0. And then B becomes 1. But then we have this one. Okay, so next we increment D again. And here there is the need for, oops, D can. By the way, I don't want to brag, but I want to start my sentence with that I have been tested to have a very high IQ in the past. I consider myself stupid now. Yet, in my life, I solved difficult problems very often in this way. You just brute force, you know, make an example and then you see a pattern in it. If I was really smart, then I would just see the pattern without drawing this, making this ASCII table, if you understand what I mean. I'll rather type that in chat. I just want to say that you know, it is a working method. If you have to figure out something, to just start very stupid like this, and then you start to see a pattern, and then from there you build on, and then eventually you end up with something which you can even explain in a very impressive way, if you understand what I mean. And then you have to think, well, if I was really smart, I would have seen that immediately. But yeah, well, I don't, so why not, right? This is really a good method. Okay, so what was I? I was incrementing D with 1, and then I'm incrementing D to 2, so we get this, that works. We cannot increment D again, because then there's a gap again here. So the next line, I'm just copying it, next line, this goes to 0. And then we can increment C, but then we have this one, so I already have that one. And now I can increment D again, then we get this one, and then I can increment D again. Okay, that must be 2. Now I might already see a pattern, but I think I just keep going. The more the better. What happens after that? So now D creates a gap if we increase it, hence D must now become 0, and then C must become 2. The question is that allowed? No, I studied physics. If C is 2, we get this. Yeah, well, we didn't have this one before, I think. So why not? I'm from the Netherlands, that's where I live. What do we get after this? And again, D gets incremented again. Something is wrong here. The D must be in the first one. D is 0. 0, B is 1, C is 2, yeah. Now I get D is 1. So D shifts one further. And then D shifts again one further. And then D shifts again one further. Oops. Yeah, unfortunately, or unfortunately, I don't know. How many partitions do we have with 4 things? Probably 10 or 15. This is 15, so I guess this is it. Why is this it? What would happen if I discontinue? So if D is 4, that's not allowed. You get a gap, an empty group. Therefore, D must be set to 0. And then C cannot be 3 because there is no 2. So this one must be reset to 0. B cannot be 2 because there is no 1 anymore then. So this must be reset to 1, to 0. And then A becomes 1. So we have B, C, D, A as the next one. However, that's the same as this one, because we do not care about the order. So basically A must always be 0, the first element. Well, I have the feeling I would be able to say the same about the rest. Isn't that not true? If A is in the first group, the other groups can also be reordered. So I do not want to have a BCD and somewhere else a DBC. Now I don't have a DBC, but why not? Why did that not happen? Well, it in a sense it did happen that A is always 0 and B is also 0 or 1. So B is never 2. And then the same thing happens for C. C is either 0, 1 or 2, but never 3. And only D can become 3. And this looks very much like a multi-loop with 4 variables and strange rules for the end. I'm scared of multi-loop. I wrote this is nonsense. I wrote a utility, which is in utils, called multi-loop. And I consider it one of the most difficult things I ever wrote, in the terms that it is not difficult at all, but it is extremely difficult to use. It is very difficult to use. And the only reason I would need to use it is when the number of for loops, the multi-loop is a number of nested for loops, where the number of for loops is dynamic. But in this case, we simply have 4 for loops. We have 4 loops, A, B, C, and D. And, well, it's actually fixed. So I don't really need a multi-loop. So now I'm hesitating. Am I too scared of multi-loop to use it? Or can I use it because it does come with all the power that I need? Otherwise, I'm probably just going to re-implement multi-loop, even though it's a fixed number of loops. It's not really fixed. Yeah, I must use multi-loop. If it was not really fixed, I could just write out 4, and then again 4, and then again 4. You know, really hard code the number of for loops. But the number of for loops depends on a constant here, this constant, number of elements. And I do not want to hard code 30 for loops inside each other. That would be a lot of code. Plus, then if I change this number here to something else, then I would have to change the code. So it, in a sense, it is dynamic. So we'll have to use multi-loop, I guess, then, unfortunately. Right, let's call multi-loop just multi-loop. I'm really completely out of the ideas here. So let's see, multi-loop. Multi-loop works as follows. Construct a multi-loop of n loops, and it has a default variable. I think this is the b is the, doesn't even say, hello documentation. I think b is the begin value of every loop, or we want them all to start at 0, that it can go a little wrong by just using multi-loop constructed from n. So this now represents my state, which is number of elements for loops, nested for loops. And then we have to implement this iterator for the rest. So a whole group is going to be brute force. And a const type. Brute force. The end iterator is just the same thing as always. The begin iterator should initialize everything at 0, and the multi-loop, I think, initialize itself at 0, so that would be the default constructor. So we do not even have to mention it. This is an element of the whole thing. Whole group, yeah. Something is going wrong, I have the feeling, but we'll squeeze it in. I mean, the base iterator that I'm using thinks that we're going to move stuff from one group to another group. And we're not, so yeah. None of these variables are interesting. So I'm using a base group that I'm not using. Hopefully you can squeeze it into the... The only thing we have is the virtual functions. We don't want to move anything. It's a bit ugly. Maybe I should not derive from this base class at all. I think it's too different. Let's not derive from the base class. So just totally start over here. what to do. No. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, kick it out. Yeah, then we don't have a base class anymore. Hell, I don't even need this. I do need an end iterator, however. I mean, if it just default construct this multi-loop, all the counters are at 0, so that's not the end. The end a good end would be when a is 1, I guess. So I'm not really using my multi-loop. The first variable of the multi-loop must always be 0. So as soon as that is not 0, then we have something that is the end iterator. And I think I need constructor for both. So let's say the default constructor is still the end iterator. And then we'll just construct this thing with b is 1. So we set, I think that this sets, it's called initialize with b is 1. That sets, okay, n is larger than 0, right? So the current loop is 1, so it sets m counters 1 to 1 in that case. I guess b is just the initial value of the first counter, although it's not really clear from this. Don't worry, it will get infinitely difficult. This multi-loop thing is incredible. Well, it's really it's almost no code. I mean, it's very simple code, but for some reason, I think one of the problems here is that I didn't write any comments. It feels like that the first loop is at index 1. So if we have n for loops, then you have n plus 1 counters. So 1 counter is not used, I would say. And the current loop starts at 1. So yeah, index 1 is the first counter. So if we set index 1, aka the first counter at 1, then we have the end iterator. And then I need another one, which is uses 0 here, which is the default constructor, or we can just leave it out. That's the default. And then we need to have a difference here between these two. What is a logical difference? There's absolutely nothing else I can pass here. I'm just going to pass int, an unused int. We're not going to move anything. We are going to call increment. And we must be able to see if something is equal or not, especially if it is equal to the end iterator. Well, I guess that simply comparing multi-loop should do the trick. That's not allowed. I need an accessor for the multi-loop. Wait, this is not a friend function, so maybe it does work. How did this look before? Yeah, see, we cannot access that. So let's add an accessor, whatever. Accessor voor die multi-loop. AI add in accessor for multi-loop. See, that was much faster. But no, we live in 2022, there are no AIs yet. Let alone ones that are voice driven. Now, big question, can we compare a multi-loop? If that's not the case, then I will be disappointed. I know there is no support for comparing a multi-loop. Holy moly. It's pretty sad. Because I never needed it before. Nah, I only need to compare with where should we use a maybe unused attribute. So again, a lag of 5 minutes between my stream and the chat. It's pretty annoying. I think I'm going to use my operator unequal only to compare with the end iterator. So really, I'm only interested in the first the value of the first loop, the first loop counter, which is stored in loop state called mCounters. Could use this one. It's the only one we can use. Yep. So if I pass 0 here, then I get internally the 1, and that was the one that we were setting. So I have to pass index 0 to the square brackets and then compare it equal to 1. And that would be the end. But that's not really an unequal then. It's more like an is end. So it is end if multi-loop 0 equals 1. And then I think we are almost done, except for the increment. To be done. Now suppose that was already done. Then I want to get in partition I might as well add it here. So I want in partition to have a begin, but we already have a begin. So let's call it differently. Oh well, the B of brute force. Brute force begin. And that then returns something with an integer. Really? Brute force b int bend. Okay, so brute force end returns the default constructor, and the other one returns constructor that takes an int. That was what is supposed to work. Now I have to add them here. Brute force. Okay. And then I want to test it. So let's just run over all. Let's see. Let's put it here somewhere. I'm going to auto. This is my brute force operator. So brute force iterator. BI stands for brute force iterator equals. Yeah, these things might as well be static. I don't really need a partition object for it. And then I want to get partitions back when I dereference it, and then I don't want to run anything off that. So now begin does not take an it does not take an object, right? This now it's a static function, so you can just call it without an object. And then it's not const anymore, you know. Cannot be const. Well, I'm going to inline these things because it's just kind of silly to put it here, I think. I don't know why I did it. I did it because I did that here. I don't know why I did that. Let's put it that way. So this one just wants to return 0. Yeah, and the other one just wants to return default constructor of the thing. We need the dereference operator, because I think that was part of the base class, which you don't have anymore. Nope. So if we look at that operator, the previous one actually executed something. The move stuff. So we want something that returns a partition. Simply using the multi-loop variable here. So the multi-loop variable is this. We have these numbers 0, 1, 1, 1, and then we want to return this partition, and that belongs to that. How to do that? Well, I have no idea. So we look at partition. I mean, I have no idea because I cannot remember how partition works. Of course, I have no memory anymore. Partition can be created like this. Series of groups. Unfortunately, that's not going to work because there's also then compile time, and we have an unknown number of groups. Or can I pass empty groups here? What would happen if I pass an empty group? So in groups is an array of group, and that would mean that I would initialize my array with a group that is empty. Normally that would be the default constructed group. Or I could create a group from element, or elements probably. Or elements is simply 0. Really. Elements is a bit set. I could pass an empty bit set to this constructor, and then we have an empty group. That should work. Hector, no, sorry. Kind of in the middle of something with 46 viewers. Wild Cocoa, I'm 58. Unfortunately. Okay, let's think about this. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm hesitating to attempt to write it in a way that I have in mind, because then I probably have to admit that I just don't know how this works. But okay, the reason is I'm old, I don't have a memory, and this is so recent that I had to learn it in the last year, which means I forgot it again. But it would be an interesting attempt, so I'm going to do it anyway. So if we do here a return, that's what we want, and then we pass arguments, right? Then these arguments will be used as the arguments of the constructor of the return type, partition in this case. And we want to use this constructor, which takes a bunch of groups. So group here is a template pack, I think it's called, consisting of one or more types that are all match the concept group, which means that they are convertible to a group. So I can pass anything that I can construct a group from, and then multiple times. So for example, if I pass only one thing, I could pass an elements type. So let's begin with doing that. So I could have a single elements type here. Let's call it E1, and then pass that as the only argument. Then it's going to accept that because elements type is convertible to a group. And then it's going to call the constructor of partition that takes a single group. So if I would set elements type equal to a bit set with all the bits set, or rather the first number of elements bits set. Well, how to do that? I also don't know. Let's have a look at bit set. I don't think I have a real provision for that, but we could just construct it from the bit mask. It's probably the easiest thing to do. This is also explicit. So we'd have to have a bit mask, mask type of my bit set type. So the bit set type is the mask type is just going to be that, but I want to be able to change it only here without, using uint32 type elsewhere in the code. So I'm going to refer to this type by elements type and mask type. And then we want here something with a lot of ones. Then the elements type can be constructed from that mask, because that mask is literally this type, and therefore we can call it an explicit constructor. And then we can pass the E1 here. So now if say I set a few bits, well, let's just set a few bits. It don't really matter which one, I guess. Let me think. Let's try 3F. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but this still has to be implemented. And let's say increment immediately reaches the end. So I'm going to set this to 1, and then we have the end. See if this compiles. It would be nice if error partition iterator does not name a type. I did not include multi-loop header, that's one thing, but this is annoying. Why? What? I have to move it before this clause, I suppose. Yeah, it's defined before it. After it, I mean, and it must become before it. I'm going to put it there. And we're going to use include utils multiloop.h. Oh, multi-loop in namespace utils does not name a type. I guess maybe it's not a capital L or something. Well, it does have a color, so it is. It should be. Oh, it is not in it. This thing is, multi-loop thinks it's so important that it doesn't need a namespace. Yeah, no namespace. I'm not even using this anymore, am I? I think that was for the unequal. Error, partition does not name a type. Oh no, oh no. Okay, I think I know why it was below that thing. Let's move it back. Let's do it this way. Class partition iterator brute force. And then I'm moving this back down below. As in below, I don't know what. Base single hole, I think it was here or something like that. Yep, and then we cannot implement it here because partition iterator brute force is now only 4 declared. So this must be moved below the brute force declaration then. Yeah, so this can only be defined after partition iterator brute force is defined. So immediately after this class we can define these things. And then here we just do the declaration of it. This now only demands that the partition iterator brute force is 4 declared, which I added above. Yeah, it's no, don't have a base class anymore, so this is not a virtual function. Could not convert E1 from base enclosed initialized list to partition. Let's fix this one first. We do not have an operator unequal. What I do have is an is-int. So while it is not end, then we continue. Now it says is end cons is private. Declare private here. No match for operator plus plus. Yeah, we're now going to call plus plus directly, because also because of the base class it has been gone. So really this should also be public and then just be an operator plus plus, which returns its own class as a reference. Usually could make it void because I'm not using that, but well, typically it would return itself. It's not even incrementing anything, just setting it to end. So now I have one error left. We cannot convert E1 from brace enclosed to partition. Why? So E1 is an elements type, and it says it cannot convert that. Is that an implicit conversion? Oh, it simply doesn't work. Well, that's surprising me a little bit. You would say that it would at least mention the candidates and then the reason why those candidates were rejected. I'm missing something, I guess. Partition takes this group. Loads of groups or other things that can be converted to groups. Why is it not considering this? If I explicitly pass a group, now it works. I don't think it's going to end. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it takes a long time to do the first part. Okay, so this kind of worked, except that it doesn't, because I think I passed... what did I pass? 3F. Oh, that worked. So it did work. 3F is 6 bits. Took a while to get past the first part, so I'm gonna do comment this out, or maybe just move my current test to the top. There it is. Yeah, so the 3f gives us 6 elements. So if I do say 5, 5, you get 4 elements where it skips 1 every time. Okay, this is really, really weird. I think it's just the creation of a global array that takes a long time. Okay, this is A, C, E, G. So that's a 5, 5. That's correct, right? Then we can do the following. Let's begin with making this a lot smaller, because it takes a long time to even start up. At least that's fast. So now I can pass an elements type, although I have to pass it to a group before I can do this. And now I want to make this E1 contain all the elements of the first, no, all the elements that are 0. Right? Can you make it as a tuple, or how can you unpack something to it? I still don't know how how I'm going to pass this. So maybe I'll just be lazy and make a new constructor for it. But we can definitely begin with making an array of element types, size of number of elements. We do this, it will be all 0. Now we have to loop over all the for loops, for all the for counters. So int, let's say L of loop is 0 till L is less than number of elements. And then Isn't that an element? So I have an elements type that would help, but that's already bit set. Eh? I'd rather have an element index. Running into the same problems as before. Wrestling with my type safety, which I put upon myself. Utils bit set index POD. Can I not run? I should be able to run over an index like this. No need for PIDs. But just construct index default constructor, bit set index default constructor. It's not doing anything, right? It's uninitialized. Gotta be kidding me. I have to initialize it with index begin. I also, however, need an index end. I have this one, but that's not helping me. So I do have to create an index POD index end. Did I not already make that somewhere? You have an element index POD. That's probably the thing. Yeah, that's it. So I could do element, and this is the same thing here, element SI begin and SI end instead. And now nobody knows where I was editing. We finally got it. So element index is elements type index, where elements type is a bit set, and bit set has defined index as namespace bit set index, which is this thing here. And that can be constructed from an index POD. Which is this thing here. Just wrap around an int a byte, signed byte. And we also have, for example, SINT, which is element index POD, which is utils bit set index POD. Initialized with number of elements. And we can probably do element index is less than element index POD. So you can just replace element here with bit set. And we can construct it from an index POD. So this is a bit set index POD, and this is a bit set that should work, right? And essentially we're running over, this is just a wrapper around an uint8 type. But it gives us up till 256 bits, and we're now never going to go any larger than 64, probably not even 32. Okay, and then what I want is initialize my array. So we have groups, which is an array, some kind of index needed. And then I want to add something to it. Now the array contains elements types, which is a bit set, and the bit set does have operator or equals defined. Actually, I'm going to make it a group. A group is a wraparound bit set, so a group is a wraparound elements type, and it's probably better suited in this case, or in all cases. So I can call add with another group, and yeah, that would be it. So I can, we have a group here, and then I do add, and then I do another group. Now, which group do we want to add to? The index of this array is the loop number, I think, right? If you look at this again here. Suppose we want to add the B to this group here. We have this group, or we have the B is already added, and now we want to add the C. Then the group is number 1. This is group number 0, and this is group number 1. So the index into groups must be 1. The reason it must be 1 is because we want to add the C, and the loop variable C equals 1. And the loop variables are stored in a multi-loop. So we are going to have here multi-loop something, where something is the loop variable, and the loop variable is then A, B, or C, aka 0, 1, or 2. And we are running over the loop variables in this loop. That's why I took L. So I want to convert my element index to an integer, or something that can be used in as an index for the multi-loop, which takes an int, but we have an element index. And the element index was an elements type index with this bit set index, and then we want to convert that back to an integer. That would be this one, So we just call a parenthesis operator on it, and then we get an int 8 back. And what we want to add to it is the element. Let me think again. Something is this correct? That's the element. Yeah, it's a variable. Okay, I want to add an element that corresponds to this element index. Now that would be possible to just do L, because this add takes a group, and the group can be constructed from what? Group can be constructed from element. Oh, oops. Okay, element can be constructed from element index. So that's too deep, that's probably too much, so I'll have to tell it that this must be a group. So we go from element index, sorry, element I meant. So I convert my element index into an element, and then add once a group, so that converts the element then to a group, and then we add that group to the group in this array. And now we want to create a partition by, I'm afraid I'll have to do it in 2 steps, I think. Partition, oh wait, actually not. This thing called sort, yeah, okay. I wanted to sort it, but it's already sorting it. So I want to call this constructor, where each argument is then an element of our array. And unfortunately, I don't know how to do that. But I want to find out. I mean, I think it's possible using a fold expression. Shouldn't it be possible to use a fold expression? Fold expressions. I mean, this is just a single argument, right? So I put parentheses around it, no problem there. And that's only going to work. Fold expressions require templates. We don't have a template here. No, I have no idea whatsoever. Let's try to Google it. I don't want to pass an array. Well, not yet anyway. I want to expand it. Maybe it's a... How to convert an array of values to parameters. Ugh. Really? Let's look for the C++ 20 answer. This is not what he asked, dude. Yeah, no, I'm not going to use macros. Why doesn't this have a better answer? 10 years ago. How do I expand the compile time standard array into parameters? 2 years ago. Still before C++20? No, it looks already a little bit more like it. C++20 approach. Yay, C ops own enter, or possibly instructive, but more verbose and less useful approach. Huh? What? Well, maybe it's me, but I don't see how he is passing an array here to any function. This looks more like compile time stuff. Is that what he was asking? Ah, fuck, this is compile time. No! We wasted a lot of time. How to expand vectors array in variadic parameter pack. Now we're getting somewhere. 8 years ago, unfortunately, but maybe there's an answer for C++20. Passing all elements of an array to a function with variable parameters. So you just have has an array, and you want to pass to A all the elements one by one as arguments. That's what I want, right? Really? This is this C++ or C? This is C. Right, so we finally found it, but no. Yeah, I think this gets pretty close. I don't think there's any way around the standard make index sequence. Yeah, I just want to be fancy. I can make a new constructor, but suppose this is the only constructor that I have. How would I do this? Suppose this is a library of someone else. The partition, I mean. I think we can do something like this. Although this is a lambda, how is that going to return my partition? Oh, what the heck, I'm going to... You can do some dirty stuff. So make a partition P, which I return, and I pass P by reference to this lambda, which is a lambda which is actually a template that takes a size type, which we make here as we pass a number sequence. So now we have a lambda which is a template which contains 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 until the number of elements. We'll make index sequence mix this thing, so we have to pass, we have to have this argument, otherwise it will not expand it. And then here we have a folding expression, which just repeats itself for every is. So what I want to do is constructor P. I'm going to do partition. I doubt this works, but well. Oh wait, that's not possible. No. Let's hope this is possible. Let me see. Can maybe do it like that. I think the folding expression actually is folding expression is something with these parentheses, and then the result is still having parentheses, right? So if it's going to work, it has to be done like this. And now the is is just running over all the indexes of my element, so I can use here groups. So this then passes, I think, a number of elements arguments, namely groups 0, groups 1, groups 2, etc., to the constructor of partition. And if this does not work, it's something close to this, but no, I guess I give up as it doesn't work, because I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't work. Oh wait, something else. Has begin as private. Let's make it public. Expected primary expression before yeah, there we are. And nobody knows what followed. I'm just trying something. Nah, okay. Let's give up. I mean, I could ask on IRC, and then tomorrow I will have an answer from one of the gurus who are good at this kind of thing. But this is just a test application anyway, and we just want it to work. So yeah, let's just pass the array to a constructor and then make that work. It's actually the exact same thing as this. If I would turn it into an array, which I guess it is, if I run over group indexes, can we do that? Yeah, we can. Multi-loop is not returning a group index, of course. But hey, it's a group, so I think it should be a group index as index. I think it should be like this. And then we'll just have to cast this to a group index, which I think should work. And then we pass this by const reference, I guess, to this new constructor here. Making a stupid mistake again. Right, it compiles, but doesn't run. Run in GDB. Run. Up, 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 up. Assert. Print I. I is 1. Current loop. Current loop is 1. We're trying to read a loop that doesn't exist or isn't initialized yet. Yeah, that happens. Okay. Why am I passing 1, however? Oh, there. Yeah, you can only do this when the whole multi-loop has been bootstrapped. Apparently, it's not the case that they are all 0 immediately after construction. You must call this somewhere in the inner what is called the inner loop of the multi-loop. So now we get to the the hairy part of the multi-loop, which I called one of the hardest things that I ever wrote to use, even though it's simple. So calling bb_begin must initialize the whole multi-loop and then return. Okay, so how to use the multi-loop? That works as follows. You create it, passing the number of loops. And then we have a for loop, like this. While not finished, do something. And if I start coding this, at some point I want to break out of it in the middle loop and then return again in the same middle. That is a problematic, because that means that I cannot even have this for loop. Of course I can have this for loop. Right, we have a while loop here. Uh-oh, it's again immensely difficult. I did it already, and now I think about it, for the Vulkan engine somewhere else. I'm calling initialize on it, but that's the constructor, right? I mean, initialize is called from the constructor. Yeah, so we already did that. And then you get here, and that says we're now at the top of the for loop. Okay, yeah, see, so this for loop here is this point. So apparently we begin with if not m range counters is less than m characteristics. That is the opposite of the while loop. So we kind of ignore this this first test here, which is possible because probably the first time we enter here, it's always going to return false, and it has no side effects. Yeah, finished does not have side effect. I guess finished. I have to go to multi-loop. Oops, there it is. Finished is just current loop equals 0. And directly after initialization, we have it was set to 1, right? Yeah, it's set to 1 if the number of loops is larger than 0 even. So we are not finished. So indeed we can continue with an if instead of a while and then invert it. It's already difficult without this. Probably should write separate documentation for this thing, how to do it re-entrant. I think I'll do a while anyway. Yeah, let's first copy this code as is into the constructor. I mean, you have to start somewhere. And then go from there. At least I don't have to switch back and forward between this and that. Hell, I'm gonna copy the documentation, if you can call it that. Well, this brace belongs to, yeah, we need everything. So let's copy the documentation into the constructor here. And then let's remove the comments. And then indent it. Okay, now the multi-loop is called ML here, so let's rename ML to our variable, so at least that matches. Oh no, because, yeah, that actually is correct. Substitute ML with the actual name. And then I already have it declared, so we do not do this. Now, the maximum value that each for loop must run to is a difficult part of our algorithm. So for now, I'm just going to let them all run to 3, like here. And finally joined, shotgun, yes. Or is this already the second time that you joined? I think that YouTube algorithms are extremely confused with the fact that I just stream every day for hours and hours and hours and hours. It thinks that, well, if someone is streaming live for 5-6 hours, then it must be good. Something like that is happening, I think. Well, in fact, it is. It's only difficult. So this is code that is somewhere in between the loops. Not sure if we need it, and so we don't. So think about this. So what we want is we run the final counter until a certain end, and when we reach that, then we reset it to 0, and then we increment the previous counter until that reaches an end, and so on. So it seems that I'm really concerned only with what is the end. So that would be this line here. And I don't think we need any code in between the fors at the top of every for loop. So shall I just delete this, or shall I keep it as a possible documentation? Let's keep it as a in case, you know, now we have it as a documentation here. And then here we are in the inner loop body, so the inner for loop, where we can do breaks. I don't think we need any breaks as well. Let's comment that out. This is the start values of each for loop. And now we have code that goes at the end of each loop. Currently also nothing. I'm not sure we need that. Let's just delete this. I don't think we need this either. End of loop has also no side effects, so I can just comment it out if you don't need this. Start next loop at. I think that the beginning, they must always start at 0, right? Yeah, they just always start at 0. They all start at 0. So start next loop at takes an integer, and that can just be 0. And then in the inner loop, to see what it is doing so far, I could call my operator star, I think. See if that is working. So if we call this function and print it, then we would have a good idea of what the multi-loop is doing so far. But I'm calling it from the constructor. That's not really what you want in the end, but this is the inner loop. I'm going to just simply print the result of this operator. I'm stopping it. I think we just have to have 16 elements. So that's a bit too much. But you see that what it is doing is it is each one is running till 3. So each element is going into group 0, into group 1, or in group 2. But not beyond. Let's change this 16 here to a lot smaller. I think 8 we have a clear view what is happening. That's still more than fits in my scroll bar, it seems. Yep. But it ends with everything in one group again, which we did not want because that's also how we started. Okay, I'm gonna make it even less. I mean, it looks like it works, right? So in the end, A, B, C, D, E, and F already reached 2. And now H is 0 and G is 1. And then it moves, I think it moves H 1 further, but then there's an empty group, and then sort moves the empty group at the end. So that's why we get this. And then it moves H to this one, and sort moves H to the beginning, so then we get this. And then it moves, instead of H, it moves G into here. And that looks absolutely horrible. I get this twice. Well, not actually not. Okay, so G is also in the end now, and now H is moved from group 0 to 1. And then after sorting it just looks the same. And then H is moved into here. So yeah, each thing just runs from 0 to 2. I think it's exactly doing what I ask it to. Although the assertion, of course, is not what we want. Oh, that's quick. Even before it prints anything. Oh no, that's another one. That's the usual not enough elements. So even using these things anymore, I think. So yeah, so this ABC is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1. Not calling sort might be a little bit easier to follow. Let's not do the sort yet. Yeah, it stops printing when it reaches an empty group. So we have ABC, and then we have AB and C, and then we have AB empty group C. And it doesn't print the empty group. I think I need to change that for a while, until this works. So what I really want, I want to break if this group and all higher groups are empty. Nah, I just print everything. Just print it all. So we only have 3 groups in this case anyway. Now we clearly see what happens. C is moved 1 further, and then C is moved back, and B is moved 1 further, and then we go C again. And then C is moved back, and B is 1 further, and then C again. So C goes from ding 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 ding, and B is going 3 times as slow. 3 B's, 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 3 B's. And A is going like here, and then A here, and then A here. and we didn't want that. So step 1, a should always be 0. Well, okay. I gotta wonder why I would use a multi-loop for that. Do we check that? I think I can make use of this block. Simply check if the current loop is the first loop and the value is 1, then we break out of everything. So here we are at the top of loop number 7, the 8th loop. And I want to be at the top of the very first loop, so no doubt that should be if loop equals 0 and the current loop 7 has value 1. So and the current loop has value 1. Then you want to break out of everything. This is a normal continue. I want to do a normal break. Just break with this the first loop, so a normal break would break everything. We do a normal break, and then we do a break because we need a break. To give control back to multi-loop. Yep, so I think this should take care of that A sticks into the first one. Yep. We still have this problem here, this assert, let's fix that. But as you can see, it moves B and C till the end, but A is always here. I think that worked. What is happening here? Assertion I failed. I'll have to run it in the debugger. I is 0 while current loop is also 0. I think that current loop is set to 0 when we are completely finished. And this is testing if we are at the end. So if we are at the end, then actually, well, yeah, well, it's dubious. But I can just fix this, I think, for this special case that the multi-loop has finished. So, so that just finished then. Finished, yeah. So if current loop equals 0, then we are finished. Now, if I implement this correctly, like for example I just did, then the first counter is never going to be 1. Because this happens. If it is 1, it's set to 1, okay, but then we immediately detect this, and then we break out of everything, which causes it to set finished, I think. Well, the very fact that we break out of the last loop causes it to be finished. So might as well check simply multi-loop has finished. I don't think we need this. But there was an instance here where I set multi-loop 0 to 1 in order to make that thing fail. So that won't work anymore then. I have to oops. I have to do something to multi-loop so that isEnd returns true, which means that finish must return true, which means that finish must return true, so I want to set current loop to 0. Well, I can cheat, I guess. I can call initialize with 0. That would set them current loop to 0. Otherwise, we have to call next loop until it becomes 0. We can call breaks as well. We're probably inside the inner loop. So if we just call breaks with the number of loops, then the current loop should become immediately 0. Oops, assert current loop larger than 0. That's not allowed, I guess. Well, maybe I should make a current loop become 1, and then we are still nah. I have to call, would have to call break and then next loop. So breaks with something and then next loop. Yeah, I think that would work probably. Looks cleaner than calling initialize, I have to say. I would say that this should work. Yep, that worked. Cool. Let's make it a little bit larger, like 4 elements. Now we have to fix the end. So this should not happen because now we skip something. This should not happen for the same reason. And that one not, and that one not. How do we detect that? It should be possible with a bit mask. No, not really a bit mask. So, we'd have to count. I think we have to simply count how many there are in each group. What is a fast way to detect that the group becomes empty? I guess that so going from here to there. Yep. Okay, the moment that B is moved one further, it leaves an empty group. Let's see here. So D is alone, therefore it cannot be moved. C is alone, therefore it cannot be moved. So what happens here? Yeah, D is being moved. That is possible. D is being moved. But C is alone. C cannot be moved. So D is alone, therefore it cannot be moved. But yeah, currently it's not moved because we just limited at 3. But then C should not be moved because it is alone. So the only thing that I have to count is the number of elements in the group that it was in before. And then we are at the end. As soon as we are alone, we are at the end. No matter what, it seems to me. So even in this case, you cannot move D further because then you'll leave an empty group. But this should never happen in the first place. We have a CD. We never want to get a DC because then after sorting it's the same thing. What went wrong here? Oh, what went wrong is that C was moved. Okay. So C would never be moved, and then we skip this one as well. I think that's pretty good, a good thing, yeah. If we are the only one in the group, we do not want to go to the next group. Okay, so how do we keep track of that? I need to have an array that counts the number of loop counters that have the certain value. Right? Let's implement that. So this contains the count that loop variable counters, or how you call these things, loop variables. Let's make a longer thing. Loop value is clear enough. Loop value is the value of a loop counter. And then the count means the number. Okay, I'll add a comment. Now, since we are beginning, well, I can do that here. So we are going to initialize the loop counter here, but then after we did that, all of them are initially at the value 0. So we're going to have number of elements in index 0, and the rest is 0. Check if that compiles. Does not compile. Parse error in template argument list. Oh, there's a typo there. So that does compile. Hello Dima, and Freggy, and Manuel, and everyone else. Okay, so this array now has a number of elements in index 0, meaning that all the loop counters are 0. Then Aaron Nelson asks, in M multi-loop, did you allocate a single multi-loop object on the stack? Yeah, here. It's an element of this class. And that class is probably makes use of the stack, yeah. Well, I hope this is reasonably advanced C++. I'm not sure if it's super useful for beginners. Unless you literally spend every day hours watching me, then I guess you will pick something up. But like I said before, I'm not sure if that is the most efficient way to learn C++. At most, if you would put really a lot of time into watching my streams, then you would pick up things that you cannot learn from books. Like the way of thinking, the way of structuring stuff. But yeah, that's more advanced than just learning the syntax, of course. So if you just are a beginner and you need still to learn the syntax, and probably better to, I don't know, go somewhere else. I mean, spend your time more efficiently. Like learncpp.com comes to mind, or maybe a book, a good book. A multi-loop. Okay, I was going to fix this one. So we want the current loop to run until, we don't know. It's not really the limit here, a known limit. It's more like at the moment I am advancing it, that I know that something was wrong. Ouch. It's definitely confusing. Let me think about this. At this point we have already advanced, and we have advanced all the previous loops as well, haven't we? Or is that not true? No, we have all the past loops have been reset to 0. We can always move out of 0 because there is always one element, namely A, in 0. And therefore is this I think I don't want to check it at all here. Just always going to do a break. I think this has no side effects, of course. It's just operator, the parenthesis operator. Or is that? This one. Which has no side effects. So I could turn this into an infinite loop. And now we're going to use a break. We did just advance, right? So if, let's update our loop value count array. If we do a break, then this loop no longer has this value. So I'm just going to decrement it. and then I mean the previous value. So this is the value of the current loop counter, and thus the previous value was that -1. And we decrement that. But if it is 0, then there was no previous value. So we should not decrement anything. So we have to check in advance if the value is larger than 0. Okay, so if the current value of the current for loop is larger than 0, then decrement the loop value count of the previous value. And if that then becomes 0, then we must break out of it. Actually, I can use that even for this one. No, not. No, not. Because all the other ones are put in there already, or not? No, they are not. Probably this also triggers for the... I think breaks 1 is a no-op. I can just use break. So if you can delete this and this one triggers also here, then I can delete this whole part. Feels like that would be correct. Let's have a look at breaks. Breaks 1. M continued is set to false, but it probably was already. And then this is subtracted, nothing is subtracted. So that it's a no-op if M continued is already false. And it is false because we get here after a call to the next loop. So this is indeed a no-op. And if I do this right, maybe I should start with all zeros. Now I think about it, you know what, I'm going to do that. You're not initializing like that. There is no counters. Counters do not have a value at all. We didn't even enter the loop yet. So there are no counters that have a value 0. Therefore, the count is 0 for every value, if you understand what I mean. Now suppose that this is not true for the first counter. Then if this is the first for loop, and then all the other for loops have no values, so then we would have a 1 at the first index and a 0 for the rest. Yeah, so this would be filled with 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Then if m multiloop equals 1 and m multiloop equals, the value is 1, so we just incremented it. We went from 0 to 1, then we want to break. But 1 is also larger than 0. So this is also true. And decrementing index 0 becomes 0. So that's also a break. So this even works to terminate the whole loop. Otherwise we get here, we must increment the new value that we now have. Right, so now the current loop has this value, and therefore we increment the count of that value. Now the only problem is that I want to decrement it again if I get to the end of the loop. So this fills it in, and then I want to... How does this work? Or is it already set to 0? No. You're right. It becomes 0. It becomes 0, and then we break out of the current loop. AKA, that's all we need, I think. I hope. Isn't it beautiful? It works. Okay, so D is moved 1 and no further. Yep. And then C is moved 1, and then D is moved into C, and 1 past it, but no further. Then C and D are put back here, and now B is moved 1 out. Then D is moved there, and 1 past it. D is moved back, and C is moved out. And then D is moved again, and D is moved again. D is moved back, and now C is moved 1 further. D is moved, D is moved, and D is moved. And we're done. This is exactly what I wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. As it should be. Now that 15 is 5 times 6 divided by 2. 5 times 6 divided by 2. No. Wait a minute. 15 times 2 is 30. 30 is 5 times 6. How the hell do I get 5 times 6? With 4 elements? I'm getting crazy. Oh wait, it was this. It was not trivial. I did I did derive it myself, right? But it was an iterative function, and in the end we found it on the in the number base. I don't know anymore, of course. OEIS. Or ES. OE. Oh, yeah. 15 is here. So the next one is 52. 52. Well, I might as well do the next one, right? Because it feels good. $203. No, that's correct. I remember that still even. Wow, I remember it. 203. Yeah, so I can pretty much say that it works. Unfortunately, this is now all inside the constructor. And we don't want that. Well, since it works, I can fix my print on again. To not print empty lines, and then I need to do the sorting. Which looks a lot less nice if you print it. Well, these are all the possible partition ways to partition this thing. 6. Hopefully this is still 203. Yep. Okay. Shall I call it a day then and do what someone asked her? How late is it? This one? In French, I don't understand French. Well, there's a lot of prologue in, so you have to be a lot of more clear. I looked it up. I'm not done by far, because we have implemented all of this inside a constructor. Multi-loop. Loop. Okay, so basically when I reach this point here, we are done. No way we're done. We're not done. Not this point, dude. I can delete this anyway, because that's... When we reach this point, we're done. I can also delete this. And this. Yep. We have to continue running these two loops until we get here. So then I can call the dereference operator on this object. And then when I call operator plus plus, we must continue with whatever this loop is doing until we get back into this point again. And okay, I do not really see a reason not to just simply add a return here. Wahahaha. Ultra ugly. But yeah, basically that's what you want, right? Let's replace code with operator star. And then this one must mimic returning it into this loop at this point. AKA we start with the call to this, and then we get an infinite loop again doing this. Until this point, and then we have to do that. What? How on earth am I going to turn these two loops inside out? It's literally turning two for loops inside out. Okay, it must be stupid. I'm just going to begin. Okay, so we enter here. Then you execute this, you execute this, we execute it. Oh, this is actually the first line that we have to execute. Okay, so let me move my function to up there a little bit closer. Right, and this is just the end, right? So we're going to reach the end by calling plus plus the clean way. I don't think we need this anymore. Okay, so now I'm here. It means that we go there. It means that we go do this to yy. Where the break means that we do, we leave this and then we have to do that loop. If there is no break, then we do this. I don't know what the break does, but if there's no break, we have to do this. And then if there is, if we are in the inner loop, we must again leave this function. If we are not in the inner loop, we must continue with this loop, which is an infinite for loop. And so on. So that is actually that loop then. Yep. Does this make sense? If we enter here, then we start with that, and then we are at the top of this loop. It's like this is at the end of the loop, and we enter one before that. Looks correct. Now the break now brings us out of this loop, in which case we are basically breaking out of this loop, and then you have to call multi thing as next loop. And then we must continue as long as this is full. So you can make a do while loop of it. Do while, well, actually like this. I can turn them inside out now. Yeah, I can still return this here. Stack smashing detected. Hey Bear, how are you? Stack smashing detected. So yeah, I did something wrong, but what? Yeah, it's again not really... I have to change it back again. Print everything and not sorting, right? Can at least see what is happening, I hope. So F is moved to the next one, and it cannot be moved further because it's alone. Therefore it's moved back. E is moved one further. Then we go F again, F is moved here. At this point, F should be moved there. But it is not. This is wrong. This line is wrong. This should have read A, B, C, D, and then here E and here F. What exactly is wrong then? We'll never know, I think. I'll just have to look at the source code again and then hope that I see. Bear. Yeah, I don't know what the delay is. Is there a lot of delay? I hit enter now. Shall we compare that with the chat? Was there a lot of delay between seeing the text and hearing me say it? Okay, 1, 2, 3, now. Five seconds. Yeah, still a lot. But Bear, I wanted to ask you if you would be okay with becoming a moderator. I mean, it's a lot to ask actually, because the only thing I want you to do is, if you are there, you don't have to come here especially, but if you are here and stuff, would you have time to kick out the spam bots? Because Nightbot is not working anymore. I feel like eating pancakes with syrup. You have no problems? Okay. Don't feel pressure to do anything, but... But hey, Redsin is going to hate me? No. I should make more people a moderator, I think, to just... so I don't have to be distracted anymore by those spam bots. You can also move to a different website. There's other streaming sites. You think I can get all my subscribers with me? I don't think so. They probably don't want to install another app or something like that. What are we doing here, man? Is did work, and then I changed something, and it stopped working. Why? Where's my operator to begin with? Yeah, the operator. Operator plus plus. Yep. Okay. So it worked when I just printed it here, but instead of printing now, I do return, and then it worked. That we call we printed, that worked. And then in call operator plus plus, yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, YouTube is kind enough to give me a lot of whatever, but I'm happy with just a few people. So if everyone that's watching now every day would move, then I think we would have enough or not. Depends a bit, I guess. There we are again. It is, of course, what we should do, because YouTube is not doing anything about this bot. And therefore it should cause people to leave. So what did I do wrong here? I don't see a difference. This should as work. So if I do not return here, but I just print the result of operator star, see, this works perfectly. This works perfectly. Now this return here is for the constructor of the thing that takes an integer which is this thing here. So all that printing is done while it is returning from this function, which happens when begin is being called, which is at the beginning of main. And if I do the return right there, then is end is not going to be true. Sorry, yeah, so it's false, so it's going to print it, which is exactly the same thing, right? This means just we call operator star on this object. So returning is the same as doing this print and then following up with ++b and then print again. And now we have ++b and then print again until isEnd returned false, and then we just simply exit. So if we crash before that, that's not a problem of isEnd. The problem would be of the pre-increment here. Right, so instead of printing, I do return. Then we do this outside in that for loop in main. And then we call this function, the pre-increment function. If this pre-increment function mimics the exact same thing as we do here, then it should work equally. So instead of having returned, I want to mimic as if we continue. Therefore, the first thing we do is call multi-loop start next loop at 0. And if we enter here, we have a do, for, and then we do the same thing. Exactly the same. And if we were still in the constructor, we would go to the top and execute this line, which is this line. So that would be next. It's also the same. Also followed by a break, also followed by ++ and loop value, is also the same. Followed by if and multi-loop inner loop. It's also the same. And then we return again, and then we do that here as well. So return means we print the next thing, and then we enter again at the top. But we are here, so that is the same thing. And if the break happens, this break would break out of this for loop. And after this for loop, we get return to top here. We have to execute that after the break and then continue if this is true. So after the break, we execute next loop and then continue when this is true. It's 100% equivalent. Okay, coders in the chat, help me. This is code that fits on one page, almost. It might actually fit. Well, almost. I'm just going to delete some comments. Okay, now it fits on one page. So if I do not do the return here, but I'm doing a print, then it works. So this loop works. Instead, I am doing a return. And as a result of that, I'm doing the print, and then I'm calling this function. and I keep calling this function. If I do a return, we print again, and I call this function again. And now it does not work. What is the difference between doing this loop and have a print statement here, and doing this, and then at the moment that we get here do a return and then start calling this in a loop? The Swift shadow. Now the point is that if this works, then normally we would just continue with this. And now I return and call this function, which also continues with this. That's the first thing that happens in this function. And then after this, we get to the top of this for loop. We execute this, which is exactly equal to this, and then we execute this if we don't break, which is exactly equal to this. And then we do test this again, and then we return again if it is true. Otherwise we do again start that next loop. And the break goes out of here, which means that we call next loop, and there this break goes out of this, we call next loop. And then this loop continues if not multi-loop finished, and there we do that as well. Wait, I think I'm seeing it. Not really seeing it, but like in the edge of my eye, in the corner of my view. Yeah, I see it. There is a difference. Okay, guys, come on. This is your chance. I see the difference. I'll give you a few minutes, okay? Duggle HD. I asked the chat to find the difference between not returning here. For example, just print the current state. And returning here, and then after we return, this is a constructor. After returning, we call this function in loop. And that doesn't work, so there must be a difference. So what is the difference between running this loop till the end, oops, or exiting here in the middle and then calling this function in a loop. There is a difference. Okay, I'll just say it. The difference is if I break here, I skip this start next loop end. See, to this break, we jump all the way out of this for loop. And the next thing we execute is multi-loop next loop. Then we do the test. And then we do this if multi-loop again. There is no start next loop. So in the extreme case, suppose the break always happens. Always. Then what happens, we get here in, if we break, we call next loop, we test, we break again, we call next loop, test, we break again, and so on. Well, if we call this function in a loop, and we break, then we break out of this loop, we call next loop, that's correct, and we test, and then we call start next loop add. Oops. That's what's wrong. So how to fix it? So if the break happens all the time, then the only thing we want to do is call next loop, test, go to the top, and then break again. It means that this cannot be here. But it must be the first thing that we call when we enter the function. So let's think simple and just begin with it like that. Then now it would work if the break always happens, like 100% of the time. But if the break does not happen, and the multi-loop is not true, then we need to call it before we return to the if multi-loop. So that means we must call it as well here. Now it would work to enter this loop at this point. That's basically what we want to do. Then I can skip this. But I don't think I can make that work. Certainly not very easily. Not more easy than just simply including this thing here at the top. So let's just do that. Yep, now it works. Okay, so now I have my brute force partition generator. And I can go back to main. Let's begin with deleting this. Now I could test my algorithm by beginning at every possible partition and then see if in all cases we end up with the right solution. So absolutely no matter where we begin, we find the optimal solution. On the other hand, we probably will find, well, we 100% certain will get the correct solution printed this way. But I could also just do the brute force and then find the highest score, of course, but I think it's more fun to give it a different starting position every time. So I'm going to have this loop here. Put that loop around everything. Let's see how current partition is exactly used. It's being printed, it's being used too often, I think. Let's initialize it from BI. Yeah, the begin score is not always 0 anymore, so I better just call score on it. So now you run over all the possible partitions, and then I'm running my algorithm on that with the current partition as a starting position. This is going to cause a shitload of output, unfortunately, but well. I think it might, whoa. Well, can you say broken? It most definitely is not finding the optimal solution in all cases. Absolute horror. Let's see. And I want to see the initial state as well. And we begin with this, and beginning with this, it finds eventually a score of 169. And then the next thing that it tries is starting with this. And then it finds the same solution, also 196. But it's hard to read, so let's say that I print an empty line whenever we begin. It's already printing the exact same thing here though. So just an empty line is more than enough. So yeah, now I want to know, of course, what is the highest value that we get. 404 seems a candidate here, but which is actually the highest value? No, I guess I can add a counter for that. Do I already have a max score or not? Yeah, not really. And default constructed score is a score of 0. I should probably set it to minus infinity. I can only set it to minus infinity once. But that's good enough. I'm not sure how many infinities we have here. I should set it to many negative infinities, I think. Don't have that option currently. So score negative infinity. And then for this current partition, we're going to calculate or run the algorithm till we have no improvement anymore. And then if that score, I guess current score is it or not? Yep, probably this one. If the current score is larger than the max score, and then we update the max score. And then here I can print maximum score is 318. Yeah, and then it becomes interesting to know if there is any that is failing. So maybe I should only print it when output is unequal the previous one. That would limit, unequal the previous one or unequal. So far I'm only seeing 318. It looks like it's finding it in all cases. There's no infinities here involved. You know what I can do? If the 318 is all, wow, that's okay. It's going to find that always, yeah. The optimal solution is everything in one. Let's try that again. Okay, we already have an example that this is an optimal solution, and here it doesn't find it. Why it does not find the optimal solution from here? So it would find the solution if we would remove the A here and add it to the C. and remove the F and add it to the BD. So that's splitting the AF at once and putting in two different groups. And the only thing I have is one from group and one to group in my algorithm. So it cannot in one step move to two different groups from one group. This is too much output. I wanted to make it a little bit easier to see. I guess that it would be nice to see how we begin and then how we end. All on one line. And I don't really need to see the in-between stuff. Let's see, well, not interested anymore in which algorithm runs, and I'm going to print this at the top. And then not here. I'm also not going to print a new line here. And then here I want to print basically the result. So that would be then the current partition followed by the maximum score. Current score. Let's see what this does. There's still a new line somewhere. Oh well, it's probably even better readable. I think so that if we begin like this with a score of 0, we end with this with a score of 170. But if you begin like this, why the hell is that thing here? Oh wait, oh. That's not working. My sort is still gone. It's still possible. This one is not solved. It got stuck on this. I think I should spread these two things on one line and then put the score up the front so I can sort by it. Oh, this thing here. Current partition, current score, and then we are updating the thing or something. Yeah, it happens here. Well, the beginning score is actually not important at all. Nope. Ah, can't type. Still can't type. A few more new lines would be nice. Can also exaggerate. I guess this is enough. There we are. And then I want to sort it. This looks like a nice one, I think. Maybe I should start accepting a seat on the command line. Oh, highly interesting. It puts E in this group. Oh no, sorry, that's ends here. So this is the solution that gives 289 plus infinity. And we have that loads of times for all these inputs. And then we have 197, which is less, so that is not the optimal solution for this configuration, which is a local maximum apparently. Yep. So this is the only local maximum, because we're now brute forcing over every possible partition. All of these go to this local maximum, and all the others go to the real maximum. Time to run something with 8 elements. And then we get this one. It's our local maximum. Well, more often gets into this local maximum than finding the real solution. Unfortunately. I think that maybe I'm also not really interested in where the starting points, not per se. Maybe some point to improve the algorithm, but right now, no, it's not really interesting anyway. The only interesting part is that we do not make any improvements once we reach this. So what I really want is just to print this once, and just once. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to make, let's say, a map of scores. Well, I don't have to map it to anything. Yeah, well, the result, of course. So map the score to a partition. That would be... nah, not really. Let's map a partition. I can recalculate the score. Let's just make a set of partitions. Call results. So initially the set is empty, and then when we find the solution, we add it to the set. Which would be here. Partition has no ordering. I also do not include set, but apparently it already got that from somewhere else. But yeah, in order to put partition into a set, we need a less than operator for it. I don't have one. It's a long groovers NT score sort. Do I need a boolean operator less than? Well, I'm also make, but and to make it a friend. Okay, how can we order partitions? Well, it's just an array, so I could do an array compare. The arrays are sorted. Finally, a good reason to have sorted them. And I have a utils array compare, I think. To M groups. No color. Thought I had an array compare. Do I have a vector compare then, or is it also gone? I have a vector compare. In utils. Why would I not have an array compare? Pretty sure I have an array compare. But then again, does array have an array? No array compare. It's my vector compare. Pair compare. Yep. Okay. Well, shall I make an array compare and put it in utils? It's maybe kind of silly because this is like the first time I need it, apparently. I would expect that I can already compare arrays. It's probably using, what was the thing called? Lexical compare. I'm just going to try it. It might work out of the box. No. Groups. Yeah, you can just compare arrays as is. I think this will do the right thing. You probably using standard lexical compare or something like that. And then of course it has to compare the elements of the array, but those are groups. And my group has an operator less than. Well, that's why that worked. Now that worked. So now we have only 2 scores, plus the local maximum and the absolute maximum. So now it's time to go even bigger, like bigger. Though you have to take into account that the brute force thing is pretty damn slow. How much bigger can we go? 12? God knows how long this is going to take. There's one thing for sure, it's only using 1 CPU. That's not optimal. Okay, I'm going to bed and we'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm probably not going to run 16 anytime soon. I have an idea before we completely give up. Should be faster. It's now optimized. How long are we going to wait for this? Well, it exploded apparently. Okay. Too slow. Was it 8, right? Let's see how long it takes if we do it one by one. Oh my god. What a mess. Completely broke down. It put element A in everything. A is here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. That's has nothing to do anymore with working. And we get also a lot of different scores. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Hello, Tom. See, I just copied everything. Why? Yeah, I thought, hey, whoa, this is a higher score. It just doubled. 490 times 2 is 980. Infinite, twice the infinite. Then it makes 3 groups. Actually, it left the H out here. Nobody understands why. What an absolute mess. How can something break down like that from one moment to the next? Let me try 8 again. Did 8 look sensible? No, it's also broken. We have duplicated elements. Oh my god. Oh, what? Ah, right. It did work, but since I turned on optimization, it stopped working. So apparently there's a bug in my program that only surfaces when you compile it with optimization. Isn't it great? That really sucks. That's the kind of bugs that are very hard to find. Let's see how small we can go, and that it still goes wrong with the optimization turned on. I'm gonna go straight for 4. Free invalid pointer, that's a nice one. Maybe that will help. Maybe you're using uninitialized memory or something like that. Free solely prints stuff. Running it in a debugger gives a different result, but still an invalid pointer is being freed. Oh. I don't feel like going much smaller than 3. It works with 3. No, it doesn't. It still duplicates the elements. My guess is uninitialized memory, but I wouldn't know. That's quite interesting. Yeah, well, I guess running it in Valgrind isn't going to help, because I don't even have debug info. Yeah, okay, so we have uninitialized stuff. Wow, Wouldn't that still be the case if we do not optimize? Isn't it weird? Without optimization, it just works without getting uninitialized stuff. Okay, so well, does it look like Valgrind sees any uninitialized stuff? When not compiled with optimization. So now I want to compile with debug info. Okay, I believe this. Let's see. Well, that one. Release with debug info. Create resource configure. Make. Yep. So that went wrong. Conditional jump or move depends on uninitialized values in standard sort. That's interesting. Well, maybe let's look at the first instance. This was called from the dereference operator, right? Oh, yeah. I assumed that this would make the whole array empty because I use this, but it's an aggregate initialization with nothing, so it's probably not making it empty. What about this? Well, that is a good question. What about this? I'm gonna just try it. Well, it's kind of silly, isn't it? It's still definitely broken. Right, so I don't think I get it. AKA, I don't get it. Element index. Well, that did fix it. Constructor. I didn't know this was a thing. Looks like a function to me. This cannot be right. Yeah, there's a function. How can I, apparently what I want is these zeros here. These zeros set value initialized. And standard array is a member of a class. Sometimes it has indeterminate values, while sometimes it has all zero. Tell me something new. And the constructor is not explicitly defined or array. Actually, I'm talking about the thing on the stack. I cannot believe I cannot find this. Is there a standard make array maybe? Yes, I read the chat. Have fun. I think it's pretty silly, but apparently it's not possible to construct an array on the stack that is with all default constructed. Occasionally. I miss stuff, but sometimes I see it. People chat a lot and I don't read it, but if it is every now and then someone says something that spot from the corner of my eye that the chat moved. Yeah, I was ignoring the troll. I mean, he didn't say anything interesting, so I saw what it said, but I thought, yawn. Use a C array. Well, no, cannot do that. Well, whatever, this works. A group is actually a group is a wrapper around elements type, which is a bit set of UN32, so that's 4 bytes. I could just fill this thing with all zeros. But the compiler should be smart enough these days. I think if the compiler sees this, it knows that this is an array, contiguous memory, and then it sees that you run over all the elements and that you fill everything with group, default constructor group, which happens to be default constructed elements type, which is a default constructed bit set, which even that is doubtful. I'm not convinced that this is even initializing into 0. I would have to use this. Explicitly put a 0 in it. Can I construct elements type from an int? Probably also not. It's also explicit. I have to use mask type. I don't know how explicit that is. It's not an int. This is an unsigned int. And 0 is an int. But I think the compiler shouldn't whine. Oh, it doesn't. Right. So, well, let's run the valgrind anyway, because I want to be 100% sure that there's no uninitialized memory left. And then I want to look again at what I already have here. So rel dep info. That's good enough. Okay, so I think, well, yes, okay. Let's ramp it up. This was still fast. What? How can it still be fast? It's already 9. Okay, I'll just type it. Partitions. It's not a good algorithm, that's for sure. This thing has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 local maxima that it cannot get out of. Let's make it even bigger. Like 12 took forever. Didn't want to wait for it. And now we're already at 11. Maybe the bug fix fixed something. It is absolutely impossible that it printed twice 591 plus 1 infinity. It's the same value. Why would it print it twice? Huh? What? Why? How? I think I make it a map anyway, indeed. And then we put the count behind it. The number of initial partitions that end up in it. And then I have to go to bed. It's 3 AM. I totally have to go to bed. It's the last thing I do. So I make it a map, and then we put in here the count of the number of results that are the same. What was it called? Results. Insert will work, right? And then if it printing also works. I should print it at the end. Result. Okay. The R of result. Results, and then we want to print the score up front. It's R second, I guess, and then followed by R first. Snore. Nope, does not want to insert partition. It wants to insert pairs, yeah, kind of logical. Lost my insert. No, what the fuck, I'm gonna use try in place because I want to go to bed. Try in place. Key, comma, 0, I guess. On the other hand, if you don't begin with C++, then you will always be a beginner in C++. I did begin when I was, that's not true. I started coding at 12, but that was in basic or GFA basic actually. Does Google know what GFA basic is? That would be a good one. GFA basic. That was my first language-ish. Well, it's not actually not really true. So this is how that looked like. Yep, this is what I was coding in when I was a kid. Amazing that they still have that they have a Wikipedia about that. TFA basic editor. Oh, pretty awesome. I'm feeling all warm inside looking at this. No, my first I started coding in a TRS-80, like I said, so that was probably not in GFA. The GFA basic was the main language of the DAI that my father bought. DAI computer. So yeah, this is this computer. What is the first thing that my father bought? That costed like let's say a year of rent, and then you had 48 kilobyte memory, and it ran at a CPU frequency of 2 megahertz, not gigahertz, megahertz. Absolutely amazing. It finished. So the score is not printed anymore. Gotta be kidding me, right? Well, I just put it in here. If A and C are in the same group, then I give that plus infinity as evaluation. And if E and J are in the same group, that is a minus infinity. So it is putting A and C in the same group. Here you see A and C, and here A and C, and here A and C. So in all cases we have plus infinity, because A and C are in the same group. I think this was still pretty fast enough to go to 12. Yeah, it's cold. I searched high and low and I couldn't find much on it. And eventually it would settle on something like, yeah, what was the words? Finding the best partitioning of a set of nodes. Let's say we pretend that this is a graph and that each, say we have a complete graph and every edge has a certain value. And then I want to edit the graph by deleting edges such that we end up with a number of cliques, they call it. That is a complete subgraphs. Such that the sum of the weight of all edges is maximized. But I could not, the only thing I could really find about it is that it is an NP incomplete problem, so you cannot solve it in polynomial time perfectly. I did come up with a naive algorithm, and well, here's the result. With these weights and for 12 elements, there are 2.4 million partitions that my algorithm finds the best solution for. And there are 618,000 partitions that it gets stuck on a local maximum with this value, and even 1 million that it gets stuck on a local maximum with this value, and then 8,000 and 6,600 for even lower values. Yeah, okay, it's a way